Studio 3.
Not the slightly dodgy nightclub in Whitstable that we used to go to in my student days, but Studio 3 here in the Flight Global Chalet. And this is the Media Chalet, the pulsating, throbbing hub of news here at the Paris Airshow.
That's right, and we're the plan is to bring live news reviews, special guest interviews, insight from the show, and of course dramatic coverage of the flying display here from Le Bourget. And there's a story behind us being in Studio 3, isn't there, Graham?
Yes, for those of you who joined us under the radar yesterday.
Under the radar.
Under the radar.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yes, it was glorious. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. And we were sunning ourselves, and you may be able to detect an ever so slightly healthy glow between me and Michael Wilford based on the sunburn we got yesterday. And there's been a tiny, tiny change in the atmospheric conditions around Paris.
Well, we've had some dramatic weather this morning. Thunder, lightning, the way you move me, lightning. So we've been forced, normally we'd be in Studio 1 down there outside, exposed to the elements, with all our props and a lovely backdrop. But such was the intensity of the rain that we've come up into the chalet, into Studio 3. It's not too bad an environment actually. And you might be able to see behind us there is the newsroom, and then we've got this hospitality area here. So we're in pretty good shape.
We're in pretty shape. There's certainly no question of rain stop play today. We're ploughing straight ahead. We're carrying on.
Yeah, I mean the organisers are saying that the flying display, which is scheduled to kick off at 12:45, I think now is still untouched by the weather. In fact, some people are confidently saying that the weather will clear before too long, in which case we will rapidly adjust our studio position to bring that outside feel back again. We might need a few towels to towel down everything.
The weather was really, there was an absolutely huge deluge. So it's been fun this morning.
Okay, so one of the things that we were talking about under the radar yesterday was where in the world. So these shows, very interactive, lots of user feedback, viewer I should say. I'm used to the website side of things. Lots of viewer feedback. And one of the questions we're asking all week, as we're here till Thursday, is where in the world are you? Where are you watching from? And you might be able to see over our shoulder here the slightly battered where in the world map, which Richard, our producer, rescued from the deluge, and we've jury-rigged up behind us here. So yesterday, do you remember where we had three where in the worlds yesterday?
Yeah, well, in fact, we brought three of them too. We had, as it turned out, more than that. But we really want to know where you are in the world. And the first one in, Raider number 1.
Raider.
I think that was Rick in Lisbon,
Rick in
Portugal.
Lisbon, that's right. We had, and apologies, I can't remember the names, but we had people in Utrecht.
Utrecht, which is in
the Netherlands.
Yeah, he's doing well. And we put out a message for you. We really want to get we want to see all those continents, and we made it into Asia.
We had an Asian Raider.
An Asian Raider with Malaysia. We had our first viewer in Malaysia.
Yeah. We've got some more actually that came in during the end of yesterday's Under the Radar preview special, and of course this morning people getting ready, and people watching the recorded footage. If the time zone isn't quite right for you,
I mean, part of me finds it quite disturbing that we're just on permanent loop.
Overexposed?
Overexposed? No,
maybe.
No.
No. Okay, so if we operate a Westlife style step up there, and down here, have you got the stickies there?
I have the important thing, and I think we're going to go with orange today.
Right, orange. Yeah, it's under the radar. Radar's got a lovely red star. So I'll do the first one. This is Knight via Facebook. He said, "You asked where we're watching from. We're in Singapore."
Oh my! Now that is very close, isn't it? That's very close to. Are we going triangles or circles? Let's do triangles.
Triangles today.
Okay. So we're going to bring.
Do you need,
yeah, he's over on your side of the world. They're right next to.
Perhaps they're friends with the. Oh, you got me a double sticky.
Double.
Right.
Okay. We also. Slightly closer, knitted character at KC Fly Me. I like that. That's tweet hello from Drew from Prestwick, Scotland. Enjoy your live broadcast. I'm keen plane spotter and always enjoy my trips to Paris.
Oh well, welcome to the to the live shows.
So
I'm glad you're enjoying them. Prestwick.
Prestwick, you can do that one.
It's around about Glasgow area.
It is
isn't
very remarkably close. Very good.
Right. So, who we've got? Eugene Delaney. He says, hello, Twitter. Hello. Sorry, I assume Twitter is the source. Not hello, Twitter.
Hello,
Hello
Twitter.
world. Hello from Gene 3 in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Ooh,
almost got you
I
there.
think. So that's bringing us our...
Do you, and he also says, do you know if the Boeing and Airbus planes will be there for the public days? Well, I'm not sure. I suspect they will be, but we can double check that for
certainly
you,
try and
Gene.
find out. Now, so we're talking Cambridge, Massachusetts. Now, that's, you see, I'm good on my coast. So I'm going...
Maybe so we can see the...
yeah. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to go... Ooh, how about there? What do you reckon? Any good? No, it's got further over there. It's further over there.
Last time I checked, Massachusetts was on the coast, doesn't it?
Yeah. Apologies. Okay, well, we'll change that in a minute.
Okay. Right. Why don't you come around
Yes,
here
that's gonna be
people
easier.
can... there you go. Is that Becky was giving me the evil eye there.
Then we also have Prashanth, Venom 162. I like that.
That's a good one.
Bristol. Then that's Bristol UK. I'm more comfortable with that.
Bristol, UK. I'll take that one.
You take that one.
I'll take that one on. There we go. Oh, lacking... It doesn't want to stick on Bristol for some reason. It obviously has something against Bristol. Right, who's next? We have Dahila says from Twitter. It says watching #Paz13 live from Jakarta, Indonesia.
I'm loving
Welcome. And of course, the way that people can get in touch with us, Graham.
Yes, of course. The best way and easiest way is via Twitter, and you contact us at PAS_live, PAS_live, and that's the easiest way to go directly to us here on the show. But there are other ways to contact us via email,
found it.
I think, as well. We'll be giving you the full details of that.
Yeah, so email us at webmaster@flightglobal.com. It's the @Paz_live Twitter feed, the official Twitter account for this one. We've got you can underneath the Ustream, if you're watching this on Ustream, there's a social stream. You can comment on there. You can comment on our Facebook page. We'll pick them up. We'll aggregate them. The elves will produce the printout, and we'll read them out. Right, who's next then, Graham?
Well, we've got Jude 10 Jesse. Now, this is a good one. Hi from Drysdale, Victoria, Australia.
Right, well,
So Drysdale, that's going to be the tough bit. I can do Australia.
well, you might want to direct me to
Victoria. Well, Victoria is South Australia. Oh, no, it's in Melbourne.
We're talking Melbourne, are we?
Yeah, I think it's South Australia.
You're guessing round about there, between Melbourne and Canberra?
Do, by the way, correct us for any of our... We're not here for our geography. I'm not quite sure why we are here, but it's definitely not for our geographic. So do correct us with any of our map disasters.
Well, another toughie for the Southern Hemisphere.
Hello, Cool J?
Eltrim Thick. Well, I guess.
Oh, that's tough, actually.
He says...
Eltrimothic.
Eltrimothic. He's Wodonga, Australia. Unfortunately, not live. Not live, no, because it would be the middle of the night.
Wodonga. Now that...
Do you care to estimate where that is?
Well, I think you're either talking Northern Territories or possibly Western Australia. I'm going Northern Territory, somewhere between Darwin and Alice Springs. So I think kind of pretty central, actually.
Somewhere up there?
Yeah, a bit lower. Yeah, spot on.
Right, Wodonga.
Yeah, Wodonga.
I'm intrigued by Wodonga. Tell us what it's like in Wodonga.
You need to know more about that.
Yeah.
We have Ben MW95 watching from Georgia, USA.
Oh, you can probably take this one, Graham. You can reach over there.
Yeah. And that has got to be... I assume Atlanta, Georgia, I'm assuming. And there is Atlanta, so let's go there.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, we've got Reg602. Welcome, Reg. He's watching from Montreal in Canada. There we go. That's our first Canadian.
Yeah, first Canadian.
Montreal. Right, I'm going to say... Oh, it's marked.
It's marked up. We have... this is going to be good. Starman. Greetings from Guatemala.
Guatemala.
Looking forward to a great week. Guatemala.
Do you want to take this
I
one?
can. I'm confident. Because that is. Oh, actually, it's even there. Look
Well
at
done.
that.
Look at that. You got that one.
Guatemala. That's fantastic.
And we're getting through. We've got just a few more, and then we'll actually start talking about some aircraft, I guess.
yeah. Rather than.
Okay, we've got Jude 10 Jesse.
Oh, we've done Jude 10 Jesse, didn't we?
Oh no, that was No, Drysdale Victoria. Oh, did we jump down there?
Yeah, we've done that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm moving on. Sorry, a repeat. Phantom Fixter 50. That's not that easy to say.
No.
Watching from Porter Ranch in California. Right, I think I can.
Porter Ranch.
I don't know Porter Ranch, but we'll put it somewhere between. Should we put it somewhere between LA and San Francisco, just to be on the safe side? Oh no, the stickies are rejecting me. There we go.
And I think actually that is it of the because Venom we've had before, and I'm not sure S. Punter.
Yes. Thank you for the top gear of aviation, says that particular person. Right. Okay. Right. Let's settle back down then. So let's explain a little bit more about what's coming up today. We've got some fun and games. It's not all us talking. We actually have another contribution we'd like you to make. So we've got Where in the World. You let us know where you're watching from, why you've tuned in for the live shows and the flying displays, and we've also got a topic du jour which ties in with a very special guest we're expecting in the chalet today.
Yeah, and of course the Airshow here covers all sorts of elements of the industry and aspects of it, as summed up with the museum of the Air and Space Museum here at Le Bourget. And we thought we'd go a bit further afield than just traditional airline travel.
Well, that's right, and of course at the museum here in Le Bourget, it's very obviously marked by two Ariane space rockets that sit outside permanently. You might be able to just make them out there. And space, you're getting a bit of a hint where we're going here, because it is an aerospace show, and space does feature, and particularly the developments, engineering specialisms, the kit, the propulsion systems, all that kind of stuff that goes on board. And we should be lucky enough to be joined by well, they don't come much bigger than this, do they, in terms of special guests? None other than Buzz Aldrin from the Apollo 11 missions, and much else in his life that he's achieved. He's been a fighter pilot. He's been very visible in the space industry, and his suggestions and advice on how to take that forward. Now, Buzz is here to promote his new book, Mission to Mars, in which he lays out a proposal of how man could go to Mars, a manned missions to Mars, not just one, but a sustained exploration of the planet by the year 2035.
This sort of begs the question, of course, of such a landmark moment, and so that kind of first opportunity to get there, as a weight of responsibility as to what you would say.
Well, that's right. I mean, it's some of the most iconic and memorable footage and audio probably in the history of mankind. Those first moments, those first few moments, those minutes and hours on the moon when Apollo 11 touched down, the Eagle has landed. And so we're thinking, well, we were shooting the breeze last night. What would if you were lucky enough to be in that first Mars party? The Mars mission, the Mars bar. What would you say? What moment? What would you want to be recorded in history as the first words of man beamed back to Earth? So that's our question of the day.
So we want to hear from you. You can contact us via Twitter. That's probably the best and easiest way, direct to us.
Yeah, we're not looking for an essay here. 140 characters works quite well for the first words on Mars.
Yeah, because, I mean, I don't want to stop people in their creative flow, but if it is, well, when I first thought about arriving at Mars, I realised... Back in 1972,
yes.
It's kind of...
I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved in the mission.
I'm
starting at A.
That would be the worst thing to hear, wouldn't it? This isn't about me. I'd like to talk about the people behind me on this.
Okay, and as a bit of an incentive, not that you need one, our subjective judgment of the best First Words from Mars will win a signed copy of Buzz's new book, Mission to Mars. So that's great. So get thinking and get tweeting in. Where in the world? First Words from Mars. Of course, the Buzz interview should be coming up. Buzz is due in a little bit later, and we've got tons of other stuff coming up. And I think hopefully Richard's got a list of treats that we can look forward to over the next few hours. Hopefully.
Hi, I'm Mike Grzanek, Flight International Flight Test Pilot. Just landed Grizzly.
4.
Studio 4, don't worry. We think it stops at 4. Well, by the time you get to Studio 19, you might be getting a bit bored of the different studios.
Yeah.
But this is a bit more relaxed. You can see we've left the boys' own seats, and then we're in the more match of the day style sofa.
Yeah, match of the day 2 maybe.
Arguably a bit snugger than Hanson and in the cupboard, you know.
So this is a feature we like to call Today at Paris.
Yeah, and really what we're looking at, obviously this is a big news show for us and for the whole industry, and we're sort of trying to take a look at some of the stories that have been making news over the last 24 hours or so, and we will of course be keeping you up to date with breaking news that has happened at the show. I mean, earlier this morning the ILFC was the orders have already begun. ILFC ordering some more A320 Neo, so. And we'll be keeping you abreast of that across the day. But
yeah, I mean, so here we have 2 copies of our Flight Daily News. Thank you all. So we produce these daily newspapers every day at the show, packed with all the headlines that have come out of the show.
They do capture. I think Becky is able to make this as a fabulous opening. I'm really sure that was it's upside down. No, it's. So you've got a fabulous image on the front, and the lead to yesterday's obviously around the A350 with a quite nifty little headline of 50-50 for the A350.
I thought that was good.
Oh, that was quite good,
yeah.
And that of course is relating to the whole sort of buzz around the place as to whether the A350 is going to fly whilst we're here. Obviously, it has flown, but here.
Okay, so just looking through the news and picking out some things from the pages that are worth spending a few minutes on. I'm liking, I think it's news of the show.
News of the show.
On page 5. It's Graham and I.
Yes, we made it on page 5. That does suggest that it was a quiet news day, but I think, they had a whole two.
Some good, and you might find, if you watch this every day, there's a bit of punmanship going on. There's a little bit of punmanship going on in the headlines.
Alligator to bare its teeth in that one. Okay,
so on page 6, so one of the themes here, not in potentially in a good way, is the absence of any significant US Air Force or US military aircraft due to budgetary constraints. They have been a fairly consistent show at these air shows. F-16s, Super Hornets, the military, the transport staff, quite notable in their absence. And there's an article here about Boeing, who obviously have some of those products, just being a bit nonchalant, really, saying that they feel that the Paris Air Show is much more a commercial show for them and their product suite than perhaps the Dubai and Singapore Air Show, which have more active defence markets at this moment in time. So they're playing down the potential impact of that decision, but they haven't closed the door to pushing to have the capacity to take some military aircraft to the forthcoming Singapore and Dubai air shows later on.
One of the stories I was drawn to on page 5 around Embraer and the it's E-Jet, the second generation of E-Jets, and that's big news at the show today. We had a bit of a sneak preview in the Daily with news about the E-Jet E2 family, series of the next generation of the Embraer E-Jets coming from 2018 onwards. Now, Embraer will be giving much more detail about that today. In about half an hour or so, we've got one of our guys covering that. There'll be bags of content. We'll keep you up to date with that as that goes. But exciting stuff in the regional jet area.
Yeah, I think that's a story, as Graham said, that's going to run throughout the course of the show. Another story that's going to be present in a very visual way is the British Airways presence here with their first A380 Super Jumbo. That aircraft arrived in dramatic fashion yesterday. We've watched it. We've got a bit of video. Hopefully you're getting a chance to see that at the moment as we're talking. Raised some eyebrows with this sort of dramatic late turn into the runway. But Airbus have said, Airbus of course operating the aircraft at the moment, they have said that is all part of the show.
Yeah. Well, it was absolutely striking, and as I think you're seeing with the footage there, and also it's a reminder it was a glorious day yesterday. I don't want to keep going on about the weather.
It's not the only new aircraft actually for British Airways. They have two 787s coming, I think, at the end of this month. So it's going to be happy days for BA customers.
Absolutely. Well, it's a very exciting time for British Airways and its fleet. You're seeing a lot of activity, A380s, 787, and this whole kind of expansion. There's a very good piece one of our colleagues did in this issue, in fact, on which sort of talks through that fleet change. I'll see if I can find it, but where we're seeing a major renewal of the British Airways fleet.
Yeah, well, I remember a couple of years ago it was all bated breath, waiting for BA to come out with their fleet renewal plans. We knew that it was overdue, and we were waiting to see what the makeup of those new aircraft orders were going to be. Of course, there's a blend, and we're seeing a couple of those aircraft now. Now, I think the fact that British Airways have got their A380 here matches some of the Airbus strategy towards showing the Super Jumbo in recent air shows.
Yeah, we have seen that. Increasingly, we've seen the aircraft appearing in airline colours, the airline versions here, which I think just adds. And I think Airbus are keen about it, and the airlines themselves, because of course it gives an opportunity to show off what airlines are doing with the A380, that whole interior, the space the A380 has, and that's been a real selling point in the market for airlines. And I think even now you still see people who are pick particular flights because they know the aircraft is
Well, that's right.
going to be there.
Airbus market it as a passenger choice aircraft. It's something that you will physically flying on it, but you will make the decision on the airline based on the aircraft. It's that good. So that aircraft is due to open the show, I think 12:45 with a flyby, and to perform still very impressive, even though we've seen it several times, a display around 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll be bringing that to you with the use of our Star Sapphire 380 HD sensor that goes up on the mast. It's out on the balcony, hopefully keeping dry, and brings dramatic footage. So we'll be seeing more of that later.
Anything else catch your eye in the news?
Right, I've marked out. What have we got? Yes. So undoubtedly going to be one of another star of the show this year is the Russian Su-35 fighter, a real showstopper in the sense that everyone stops to watch this thing when it's in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. And there'll be no missing it.
It's very loud. It's very spectacular. One of the best displays I think I've ever seen. They really push the aircraft to its limits, and we're looking forward to seeing that again with that Star Sapphire footage and getting much closer. That'll be up a little bit later as well, and it'll be interesting to see that one in infrared, I think. Yeah,
absolutely. I think the camera's going to that's going to look special, isn't it? And they're the ones you love, aren't they? Where you see the real heat coming out of it.
Absolutely, it gives us. Well, the Russians are in force, of course. They've got almost taking up the baton where the US have left off. They've got lots of different types of military aircraft here, so we'll be featuring them all during the course of the week.
Yeah, over the course of the week we'll have much more detail, and we're going to see what we're going to try to do over the course of the week is give more detail on particular aircraft across, so we go a bit more focus in particular types. So we'll be hearing, giving you much more detail about the Su-35 later in the week.
We like to drag our journalists out to join us on the commentary booth, Studio One, whilst the aircraft are displaying, because these are the guys that it's their beat. They know a lot more about this aircraft and what it's doing out in the commercial market than we do. So it's good to hear what they have to say.
In the world of breaking news, just looking at our Twitter feed there, Lufthansa firms order for 70 A320neos and 30 A320s. That's David Kaminsky-Morrow, part of our team, just confirming that from out in Le Bourget there.
It's quite good having that there.
Yeah, no, it's good, isn't it? That is a sort of partly previously announced order, but that is literally breaking news.
Breaking news. Just a couple of other things. Oh, yes, this is an interesting one. Perhaps not on the same impact, noise and visually as the Su-35, but interesting from a show perspective. We've got this Safran and Honeywell project going on at the moment. They've worked together to bring an A320 to the show. And you might be thinking, so what? You know, this aircraft's been around for decades, and you know it's not exactly setting the world on fire. However, there's something different about this aircraft. It has a prototype electric taxiing system on it. So traditionally, you know, the aircraft taxi, either they're pulled by another vehicle or they taxi under the engine power. This is a system that is driven from the APU, directly powering in this case, the rear wheels. There are other competitors who power the front wheel, and they're going to be doing a demonstration out there on the static of just how this works. And it'll be interesting on the infrared. Well, you'll see that the engines aren't on because they won't be hot. And again, that's something else that we're going to feature at the show. One of our journalists, Michael Gubish, who under the radar Raiders will remember from the weather with Gubish yesterday.
Oh, they'll remember that.
Well, don't worry. There's more weather with Goobs coming up today. He's got plenty to talk about.
The man is a fully trained meteorologist. Don't worry. Don't forget, we by the way, don't forget. Of course, we want to know where you are in the world. So please, if you're watching this, if you just stumbled across us now, the flying display begins in about 30 minutes, is it, or so? In about 15 minutes. So the live action will begin in about 15 minutes. We'd love to know where you are whilst you're watching it. We're already across 3 different continents. Can we expand it?
We can. And just to close off the Today at Paris segment, another aircraft that we will be featuring in due course, we'll get a chance to see it this afternoon, is Airbus Military's A400M Atlas, or Grizzly, depending on which way you're going. And that's an aircraft that is a very impressive display, very impressive flight routine. And we actually, our defence editor, Craig Hoyle, had the opportunity to ride along the aircraft, ride on the aircraft in the cockpit whilst it was being flight tested. And we've got footage from that and coverage from that earlier in the month. So enjoy that now.
Hi, I'm Mike Grzanix, Flight International Flight Test Pilot. We just landed Grizzly 05, Airbus Military's brand spanking new A400M. I can tell you it's a great aircraft, great flying qualities, carefree handling. You can read all about it and the upcoming features before the Paris Airshow.
The visit started with a session in the Engineering Developmental Simulator with Chief Test Pilot Ed Strongman. In addition to cockpit familiarisation, this provided a chance to try out the automatic function which will manage available power in the event of an engine failure at a critical point of flight.
Lead 1.
Rotate. Okay, you can rotate. Keep going this time, keep on pulling.
The synthetic device also gave Grzanix the chance to rehearse landing at Toulouse-Blagnac, where he had previously flown Airbus's commercial A380 in 2006.
Pull the levers up gently to the ground level, yeah. And then if you want the reverse, you can have reverse.
During a pre-flight walk-around, the A400M's four TP400 D6 engines and T-tail hinted at the turboprop's high-speed potential of up to Mach 0.72. After engine start and a short taxi to runway 14R, takeoff power was selected for a rapid acceleration to a rotation speed of 134 knots.
You stand that side. That's easier for you to not make this up. Yes.
Yeah, because we don't need to be shot. You're talking about the
Lead 1.
The flight test continued to the south of Toulouse, where the A400M's low-level handling performance and manoeuvrability was showcased. This culminated with a 3G pull-up and 105-degree banked turn, familiar from the type's Airshow display sequence and a symbol of its use of the West's most powerful turboprop engines. Once at medium altitude, further handling trials were performed, down to a minimum airspeed of just 81 knots. Low noise levels in the aircraft's cargo hold, which has a 37-ton payload capacity, came in part from the unique down between the
Now we're
Very
going.
much so, very much so. I'm also excited. I think one of the lessons I've already learned is we need a bigger sofa. Just we look snug.
Yeah, too much gym work for me, I think.
Yeah. So we're about 10-15 minutes away, I think, from the start of the flying display. The stuff that you've all been looking forward to, and seeing the FLIR cameras doing its stuff. It's going to be cracking.
Yeah, we've nearly got time for it's nearly time for Weather with Goobs, which is going to give us an insight into the flying conditions that the pilots are going to expect today.
It's a qualified meteorologist. But we've been asking you so far today, where in the world are you? We want to know where you are. Please, 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 let us know.
We're curious. We want to fill up the map.
We've
We've
got
got a few more here. Actually, this person doesn't say where they are, but they say hi. A Jamal M51. This will be amazing. I'm assuming this will be amazing. I'm assuming he's talking about the next Where in the World feature.
I'm hoping so. Let's hope so. Now, we've got a message from a chap called Jeff Vernon, watching from St Albans in Hertfordshire. The Ginger Prince himself. Welcome back.
Welcome, Jeff. Talking about coming back, we've got Mum's Had Enough, who I remember Mum's Had Enough from her. She tuned in for our Farnborough footage last year, and she says she's tuning in from cider country down in Cheddar.
Yeah,
welcome back.
Home of Richard Herring, I think. That's my only thing I know about
the Cheddar Gorge.
The Cheddar Gorge.
The Cheddar Gorge.
And we have, and apologies because the handwriting's not very clear, but I think it's Ace Pelithoi.
Or maybe Ace Pilot Khan.
What's Ace Pilot Khan?
But I preferred your version.
Ace Pilot Khan. Tuning in from Qatar.
Our friends in Qatar.
Excellent. That is the first from the Middle East that we have had. Oh, and let me.
It's not like you've been there before.
Well, it would help if I wasn't looking at Africa. There we go.
Left a bit, down a bit, right a bit, up, left. It's marked.
Oh, hang on. There it is. There it is.
Solid gold, that. Okay.
So we really want to hear from you about the where you are. Please let us know where you are by tweeting in. Probably the easiest way is...
you can tweet us at Paz_live. That's the Twitter account for this particular show. Or you can tweet at Flight Global. That's our other account. You can email a webmaster at flightglobal.com, or just chat away at the bottom of the social stream. We're watching the stream down here, so we can see your comments as they tick in. And if you've got something else to say about the Paris Air Show, the official hashtag is #Paz13. That's, if you can't remember all that, I don't know.
And also remember, we're asking you today, what would your first words be if you landed on Mars? This is in honour of our special guest and our theme of today. But if you were landing on Mars, what would those first words be? Think of your ability to go down in history.
That's right. Now, I won't ask you. I won't put you on the spot now, Graham. But by the end of the day, I will be asking you for your first words. So think long and hard about those.
So as you can see, we're getting ready for the actual start of the flying display itself.
Yes, getting some footage now from the FLIR
I think
system.
on the screen now you should be able to see some of the images of from the display itself.
That's right. Yeah. So just to repeat what the format is here for people who don't know, we've got the FLIR. We're working with our friends at FLIR Systems on the Star Sapphire 380 HD system. And we've got a little bit more about that in a second, and how we got the system here after the Weather with Goobs, and that's just outside behind us here. Good news is the weather. I see blue sky out there.
It is looking better, isn't
We
it?
could be back into Studio One before. You might have to bear with us. There's a slight transition to move out, but that'll be good. So we've got the Star Sapphire is going to be capturing the footage of the aircraft. We're going to be standing down there chatting away to various journalists and reading out your tweets and interactions, and generally having a bit of fun, giving you a flavour of the show.
So do keep in contact with us and let us know. And
right, so thanks for that. We're just getting some messages from behind the scenes here. It's surreal. It's a live environment.
All I can tell you is there might be a pirate there, but I think we're going to hand over to the flying display now.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that messages. Right. Okay. So what we've got coming up. Where is Weather with Goobs? Is he? It's not like
No, we're handing over to the flying display now.
Oh, is that right? Okay, sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yes, no, the weather goobs is coming up a little bit later.
kicks off, we should start. Yeah, we should start talking. And then we.
Coverage.
That's
Yeah.
pretty accurate, yeah. And you've been enjoying some images from the Star Sapphire, the FLIR system Star Sapphire, and I think you're currently looking at the magnificent-looking A380.
Yes, the Airbus is in the British Airways colours. It's about to be handed over, I believe, here, still with Airbus, and you've seen it. Is it in the air?
Well, it's difficult because we're in Studio 3 here, so we haven't actually got a line of sight of what's going on, but I believe it's getting ready. Now, this isn't it, it's display flight, but this will mark the opening of the show, the official opening of the show. So for some of us, been here since 7 a.m. this morning.
Oh, in fact, since Saturday afternoon. You know, this is day 3, but it is technically the official opening now. Official opening now, and obviously the Airbus A380, always a showpiece aircraft. Still, you know, even I don't think the novelty has sort of worn off on it. Really, it's still always an eye opener, and so that's going to kick off the flying display this afternoon.
Well, I suspect, and it's been suggested that the Airbus A380 will take off it will go, it will position, it will come back for a flyby, accompanied by the Patrouille de France, the French official Air Force display team, in their...
Very good pronunciation, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very good. So we'll see that, and then we'll do, you know, the old flyby, off we go, and then a little bit later the flying display will kick off in Anger. Not actually in Anger.
And we'll be seeing the A380 later. Is
A380, 4 o'clock. We've got the other treats coming up. SU-30. We've got the Yak 130, Dassault Rafale, another fast jet.
Crop duster?
We do have the Starduster.
Oh, the Starduster. I gave it the wrong name.
Yeah.
Starduster. The Ziggy Starduster.
Ziggy Starduster. And other delights as well. Some older stuff, the Super Constellation, Lockheed.
Yeah.
So there's plenty to look forward to. It's scheduled to go through to about 4:30, I think, at this current rate.
And the good news is the weather does seem to be looking slightly improving out there. So hopefully that's clearing for the display itself. Actually, it's not clearing that much now I look at it, but I think it is going to get better this afternoon.
So we're asking for your where in the worlds. You tweet us in where in the worlds. Tweet PAS_live. That's PAS_live, or just drop your comment on the social stream, and we've got a lovely map that we'll flash
The map behind you will
later.
be updating that, and we're looking for every continent covered. And I think we have Europe, we have North America, we have the Middle East, Qatar. We have
no one in
Asia,
South America yet. No one in South America. Well, Guatemala, that's Central America.
and Australia. Which is Australia? Australasia? Is that a different continent? Oceania. Yeah. So we're almost there. Nothing from Africa yet, I don't think. Nothing from Latin America. I think there are 2 major points to fill, and no one from Greenland.
So Greenland is having recently been there, which we'll explain a little bit in a moment. It's an interesting one, isn't it? There can't be that many people in Greenland, but if we had someone in Greenland, that would make my day.
That would be fantastic. We had someone from Guatemala. That's my personal favourite. I think that's brilliant. So do keep getting in contact with us. Let us know where we are. We know where we are. Let us know where you are. And also, of course, the other question we have going today, we want to know what would be your first words if you stepped out on the red planet.
Yeah, we're tying that in with a special guest due in later, just after 1 o'clock, is Buzz Aldrin, a man who needs no introduction, and obviously part of that iconic and memorable footage and audio from the first few moments and minutes on landing on the moon. So we're going to be asking Buzz, you know, how does how do you compose? How do you compose something that you know that it's going to be beamed back to Earth for billions of people to listen to and be recorded in the annals of history? And we want you to think about what you would say if you were the first people to land on Mars, tying in with Buzz's book, Mission to Mars. So tweet that in as well, and the best tweet, as judged by us, wins a signed copy of Buzz's new book. So get your thinking caps on.
So in the meantime, are we going to just let the A380 speak for itself?
I think we'll let you enjoy these pictures of the A380, and then once that takes off and comes back and has done its thing, then we'll come back with another little feature, which I like to call Flight to Paris.
Well, that's because it's called Flight to Paris.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got that to look forward to.
Okay, we'll be back in a minute.
The A400M in infrared via the Star Sapphire. What spectacular images, Graham.
It always is. It always is. And that's sort of and you've got that to look forward to across the week. Remember, we're here all week, Monday. All week for the trade days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah. So plenty to come. Just a note on a technical aspect. The electrical storm earlier in the day, which was very intense, seems to have affected our upload speed slightly. So we're working away on that. So apologies if the images are slightly choppy. We are working to fix that, and maybe we'll adjust the resolution so that it streams a little bit easier in the meantime. But
Do bear with us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a bit of a story behind the Star Sapphire system. FLIR obviously demonstrate these sensors to customers around the world.
But it's not logged here in Paris the whole time, is it? So I often think to myself, how on earth did it get there?
How did they bring this Star Sapphire system to Paris? Well, I was lucky enough to be invited to join FLIR as they flew this very sensor over from their base in the east coast of America, and they fly over. They don't just fly over on a aircraft. They have their own aircraft, a PC-12, Pilatus PC-12, and the sensor fits on a gimbal at the bottom of the aircraft, which can be lowered down to record footage whilst they're flying. Obviously, that's part of the sales proposition for them. So we thought it'd be interesting, whilst we flew over from America to Le Bourget here, to do a bit of a video blog and keep it going. So coming up, we're going to serialise that over the course of the next few days. So I think we've got episode 1 ready for you to view now. Well, here we are. It's shaping up to be a lovely day here in Nashua, in the high 70s or 80s. It's a different story down in Goose Bay, where it's in the 30s and snowing, but that's part of the adventure. Bring it on. Off we go, through the fog. Should only be a couple of 100 feet up, so we should get through it quite quickly. Stop on our North Atlantic ferry route, Goose Bay in Newfoundland. But while we cover the distance, it gives Jim an opportunity to make some important preparations and get the Star Sapphire equipment ready for action.
And I took the Latin long coordinates along with the elevation off from Google Earth, and then I loaded them. I'm going to preload them into the 380 system, so that way we can call them up later. When we get to where we're going to go and we want to take some footage of those areas. So there's a targets menu in the Star Sapphire. I'll call up the targets that I put in and select it and have the camera just automatically point to it, geo-point to it, and it'll slew right to the target.
So here we are at Goose Bay in Canada. Not too much snow on the ground, no sign of those fabled snow mountains. But it is May, I suppose. I see a snow mountain. Not so much a mountain, more of a hillock. Okay, so here we are on the ground in Goose Bay. My word, it's a lot colder. There's a couple of snow mountains over there that Ethan had told me about, and we're just refueling here before getting under the way to Greenland. The cloud base is pretty low. So we didn't manage to get any Star Sapphire shots, but to be honest, there's not an awful lot here to see apart from some snow ploughs
and a massive long runway. So here we are.
Oh, welcome back to
That's
bonus cheeky
Yeah, that's
Dassault Rafale.
Oh, no, I thought it was the Starduster again.
In true Paris fashion, the published aerial display times showing no bearing on what's actually happening here.
There's always the odd curveball there, but we're glad that you were able to catch the rest. And again, it's those type of aircraft that just look fantastic with the FLIR camera. They really do.
Yeah,
So I hope you're loving the footage there.
But whilst we've got a bit of downtime, it's time for Where in the World again, Graham, right? We've
Where in
had
the
some
world?
more tweets in. So
Well, we
let's,
should have a
let's
jingle,
look.
shouldn't we?
Where in the world? Right, okay, let's tee it up. Oops.
Yes, okay. You've been all this week. We've been asking you to let us know where you're watching us from, and we've been you guys have been getting in touch with us across them, and we have okay. Subud Halusria? Ooh, that was a real struggle. But it's good morning from Bangalore.
Bangalore. Fantastic.
And perhaps send me the phonetic pronunciation for your name, because I made a terrible job of pronouncing that. But that's brilliant from Bangalore.
Well, we got it's another tricky one. Uleg 3 and D. Marco Panamania in Dubai.
Dubai.
Our friends in Dubai.
Excellent. We have, I think that's Aimer John 965, and that's good morning from New York City.
New York.
Now we love that.
York.
New York state of mind.
The Big Apple.
The Big Apple. Any? I think you can do the Big Apple on that one.
Yeah.
We also have Badi Al Salha, I think, online from Amman in Jordan.
Plenty of people in the Gulf tuning in today.
And
it's not quite
obviously
the Gulf,
barnstormingly hot there, as I'm sure it is for Gary Leving, who's gutted and can't be there, but doing the next best thing and tuning in from Loughborough. Loughborough, that's less less golf.
Less
Probably
warm.
less hot, but welcome all the way. So we would love to do keep letting us know where you are, where you're watching from, what you're doing, everything. And it doesn't have to be miles away; it can be nearby.
No, we're actually looking for as close. I mean, like last year at Farnborough, we had people literally the other side of the runway tuning in. So anywhere, we're going to put you on. It's turning into a bit of like a risk map. If you play the game Risk.
yeah. 3 into Kamchatka.
Good Risk reference. Excellent. So, I forgot to say about the flight to Paris. So we've got another a few episodes of that that we'll show during the course of the show.
But that looks a bit choppy out there.
It was a little bit fruity. Credit to Ethan, the pilot, for a nice.
To invite you back out of your corner.
Stuck in there.
Stuck you in.
Yeah, it was an interesting flight. And there's an additional video I might show actually, which is the full footage of that bouncy bit, much like this morning must have been flying, which is me desperately trying to just hang on to the seat and and my lunch, and it was a bit amusing. You get the insight. I'm not a pilot myself, but you get a bit of insight to what it's like being a pilot. We landed in Nashua, and I got off and I said, "Thanks for the safe flight," and he looked at me like, well, what did you expect? you did expect to land safely, didn't you? So I stopped saying that after that every time we land. But no, it's an interesting flight, and obviously bringing the Star Sapphire over in quite an interesting fashion. So we've got a few more adventures to come in due course. Oh my word, what's that?
So up above us, just hanging, as you can see, it looks like quite a big aircraft.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's not on approach to Charles de Gaulle. Be interesting. No, it's the Airbus A380, not the British Airways A380 customer colours. It's an Airbus version of that, and trying to open the show along with the Rafale and the A400M, and looking fabulous against the blue skies now.
Yeah, in fact, the weather is turning. We think it's looking quite nice out there. We might even head out of Studio 3.
We were Studio 3. And coming up, obviously, in fairly short order, is our very special guest today, Buzz Aldrin, due in the Paris Flight Global Chalet here. And we're going to be asking Buzz about his new book and his views on aerospace and particularly space exploration, obviously. So you've got a chance to win a signed Buzz book, actually, which is Mission to Mars. My vision of manned space exploration. Not my vision. Not my vision. Buzz's vision. So we're asking, well, what would be your first words if you were lucky enough, fortunate enough, intelligent enough to be one of the first people to land on the Red Planet? So tweet in at Paz_live, or drop a comment in, or email to webmaster@flightglobal.com with your first words, and if we think you're good enough, then you could win that book.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the pictures behind us now of the A380 there.
Now, the Paris Air Show here at Le Bourget is quite a spread out show. I don't know if people have been, they'll appreciate the nature of it. You've got chalet rows, obviously, but the static part where about 130 aircraft stretches, it's not all in one place. A bit like, unlike Farnborough, you get things mainly localised along that strip along the flight line. Here, they seem to be tucked everywhere.
It's the regular bane of the journalists working here, of course, is that without fail, a lot of the events take place. Airbus seems to pride itself in taking a chalet as far away from us as possible to make us walk the furthest possible. And in the rain this morning, that was really quite hard work. We will, of course, be keeping you up to date with the news from the show as well. It's been a busy morning, actually, a fair amount of orders coming through already. And among those airlines, we had Lufthansa ordering aircraft.
Okay. Oh, and there comes the Airbus into land. What a fantastic sight, and now looking very nice in the sunshine. So we're going to leave you for a bit and let you enjoy these images whilst we get ready for Buzz Aldrin. Hi, and welcome back. I'm joined by Buzz. Graham Dunn. Sorry, no, not Buzz Aldrin. We don't quite know what's happened to Buzz.
We're hoping you might still be on the way, but it's with these live shows, it's a bit difficult because transport, logistics, everything always runs behind.
That's right. Now he's obviously got a busy schedule, so you're never quite sure whether these things happen or happen on time. So fingers crossed he's still make an appearance. If not, we'll still keep running with the. Somebody's invented a hashtag now. First words on Mars, I think it is. I saw it up there. Something like that. Anyway, so get involved. We've still got the book to win, of course, and meanwhile we've been enjoying some demonstrations out there in the air and on the ground. The Honeywell and Safran electric taxi system.
And in terms of those first words, then, have you had any thoughts?
Well, I'm not ready to release that.
Okay, that information will stay on.
But we do have one from Nee Ha, who said, "Gosh, it's hot." What I'd say on Mars. I'm not sure it is actually hot on Mars. I would suggest it's the other side of the spectrum.
It's the red planet. It's the red planet. Red is hot. You've seen it on the cold and the hot tab.
Rick Van Noort says, "Now where's the beer?" Now that's one I can relate to. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we like the idea of that.
That's my first words everywhere. So keep sending those in. They're good fun. We'll read those out. Get the interaction going, and of course, Where in the World we've got going on as well.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted on that, and we've got bags of other stuff coming up over the rest of today and the rest of this week. We're here every afternoon this week, live from the show.
That's right. Now, of course, away from appearing special guests, hashtags and flying displays, we have news that's happening at the show. Graham, is there anything that you know that's broken this morning? It's
been a busy morning actually. In fact, the last couple of years, both at Paris and at Farnborough, it's been a slightly slowish start. A lot of the big stuff has perhaps come later in the week. But it's been a really busy morning. Both Airbus and Boeing have been really busy. We've had Airbus, there's been a lot of news around obviously the A350, but they've been busy on the customer side, and there's an announcement today of an A380 order, and we were talking about A380s in yesterday's programme, Under the Radar. Under the Radar. And I think what's interesting, the A380 from a sales side, it's sort of hadn't really gone anywhere for a little bit, and there's sort of a lot of talk in terms of the next orders and so forth. They got an order for 20 this morning from Doric, which is a financial house, and
wow.
a renewed vote conference with the lessors. Aircraft lessors have been very busy. They're quite often are at these shows. We've seen other people ordering today. ILFC I mentioned earlier with some another 50 A320 Neos. GCAS has been busy. Now they have made a commitment for 10 787-10.
The Dash 10.
Now,
right.
That aircraft isn't launched yet, but it's pending. But it's another.
So the orders are beginning to come in. Actually, we've got a treat for you on the website on flightglobal.com. We've been working away behind the scenes because always you get the order story of the show. It's a bit of the lifeblood of it, and often people say, "Well, who's winning the orders war? Is it Boeing? Is it Airbus?" At the end of the week, who's achieved the most. Obviously, there are other manufacturers as well. So we thought it'd be nice to try and visualise that in a live way. So we've been developing an orders interactive visualization. Is that right?
The order tracker.
The order. Thank you. That's much more catchy.
Who would have thought?
So we have this order tracker, which is tracking all the different orders. Is it just orders or letters of intent?
Yeah. All aircraft commitments made at the show, and you'll be able to keep a track of that and keep abreast of those big debates across the thing. And they'll be online at flightglobal.com in the FG Club.
In the FG Club. Of course, there's another reason you should join the FG Club if you already haven't and sign in this week. For anybody who signs into the FG Club and watches the live shows this week, you'll be automatically entered into a prize draw to win a fabulous Boeing 787 model, which is, and we'll show you a bit later, it's about way big. It's a very smart looking thing. It's knocking. Oh yeah, I can see it over there. So that's a very good thing to enter into and win.
But it's time to take you back to the flying display, and I think we can see in front of you taking off now.
Oh, we're in the air already. Fantastic.
So, flying specific, this is the Honeywell Safran A320. We've been talking a bit about then. You've seen the pictures there on the green taxi, I believe.
That's right. It's nice to see it take off. I thought it was just going to do with it's on the ground trick. But I've got an update on Buzz.
Buzz news.
Apparently, there has been some sort of delay, but he is on the way. So fear not.
There's a buzz about the place.
Hopefully, not too long. Okay. So as soon as we get Buzz in, we'll come back to you live from the Flight Global Chalet here at Paris. But in the meantime, we'll let you enjoy the Star Sapphire infrared and high def images. than Buzz Aldrin. It's funny actually. You wouldn't tell from Studio 4, but we were literally surrounded by people taking photographs and interested in what he had to say. And here's his book that he kindly left with us. So this could be what you could win with your, I think it's hashtag first words on Mars, or what would you say on Mars?
Yeah, hashtag first words on
No,
Mars.
what would you say on Mars? What would I say on Mars or something like that?
Yeah, that's
We'll
it.
get confirmation of that and put it up on the screen. So that's fantastic, and we've had a few actually. I'll put this over here, Graham. Hang on.
So yes, we've been asking you that all day, obviously, and a special to tie in with having Buzz in here. We've had the special theme that we've been asking. We've been asking you at home to ask, what would you be saying? What would you say if you were the first man to land on the red planet, on Mars? So you think of something historical. We haven't given ours away yet.
We haven't given ours. No, we've got a couple though in from people. So first one up is Henry Cobb, and he says, "Help! I can't breathe. The air on Mars is too thin, and mostly CO2."
I like the factual element to this. Yes, it's very good.
One could argue he's wasting words if air was that thin. And if you would like to,
I think Brigitte Bouillet, if that could be that right. Where's the chocolate? That might actually not be in relation to the Mars. That might just be a generic. Oh, I just typed it. What's she saying?
Where's the chocolate? Yeah, it's a mistaken hashtag. I just popped that there. Right, so obviously you've been enjoying images of the Starduster, Graham.
The Ziggy Starduster,
Ziggy
my
Starduster.
personal favourite.
We saw a bit of that, and it's been a bit of propeller aerobatic session, and we've had the. We had the virus. I believe it's called the virus.
The virus. It
Not
looks
virus.
like. Yes, looks.
The Pipistrel
spelt.
virus.
Very good.
And apparently they have another aircraft called the Sinus.
Yeah.
The virus and the Sinus, or virus and sinus. So it's an interesting naming convention that going on there.
Yeah, exactly.
You wonder where it's leading.
Yeah, so you don't want to know where it's going to go.
Okay, and we had the ellipsis that we're just looking at there, and there was an extra 300 doing a remarkable display up in the air. That aircraft, I believe, that was an aircraft flown by a French aerobatic instructor called Catherine Manuri, and she's here at the show. She also works at the Aerospace Museum at Le Bourget, and we're hoping to have an interview with her later in the week. We've got that lined up, so that'll be interesting to hear what she has to say about flying that aircraft and generally being a female aerobatic instructor.
So, I mean, we have guests coming up throughout the week. We can't promise that they've all been to the moon, but they've all done things.
Okay, so the flying display has been a bit mixed up in true French style, so we're sort of adjusting as we go along. Agile, I like to think of it.
Agile.
But you will have noticed that we are once again back in our main studio, Studio 1 here, and the sun. It's perhaps a bit too hot, actually.
It's gone from one extreme to the other. It's back shining. The suit is starting. We're sweating a bit. The sun cream, I rather optimistically put on this morning, is coming good.
Oh, you put some on?
I did put some on.
I have failed there. So I shall no doubt be changing colour
Yes.
during the course of this afternoon.
How burnt will Michael Target become? That's that's our question for tomorrow.
And we've obviously got the Where in the World tweet in and email in. We've got some more to read out. It's just we will repair the Where in the World map, which has to be very carefully teased off the wall, where it undertook a bit of a battering from the elements this morning. But we'll rescue that and put it up. And we also, Graham, people who didn't go join us in the Under the Radar special yesterday. Under the radar.
Under the radar.
We also got another toy that we have yet to try out for the Wall of Sound. Now, if you don't know, which you probably don't, this is a decibel meter. So we thought, some of these aircraft are really, really noisy. So we thought it'd be an interesting thing to turn these on when the fast jets go up and just see how loud they actually are.
Well, should we
road test it?
Should we road test this? So let's see what this bad boy's coming in at.
Well, I've got it set to a max at the moment, so we're on 80 decibels. That's just me and you talking. I don't know if Becky can zoom in to show the reader there. Getting a bit of a shot. So if our sort of base level is 80 decibels, who knew that you talked at 80 decibels, Graham?
Well, it's news to me.
So I think this aircraft might. Well, we'll see. So Oh,
85.
It's a PB. It's a new.
85. So that is the current leader. Do let us know. Obviously, you know. Oh, we might even be. We'd like to know which aircraft you think will top that.
Yeah.
And we'll be running that over the next few days.
One could guess that it might be the Su-35.
I don't know. We didn't have it on for the Starduster.
So when we wheel out the wall of truth later, we'll start to record these and see who's current top dog. But so that'll be a nice little feature.
85.2 to beat.
85 to. There we go. Whew. So more aerobatics here. From this one's a Breitling. I think this might be another extra 300 actually. But we're obviously in the aerobatic section. Oh, look at that, Graham. I mean, can you imagine doing that?
That would be a bit stomach turning, I think, wouldn't it?
Oh,
You do have to have the stomach for it.
It's going the wrong way, isn't it? Oh, my word.
That is impressive, actually.
So, in a way, some of these smaller aircraft, equally as stunning as the larger stuff.
And certainly the piloting skills must be.
Well, it's the extreme, the G-force, the upside down nature of things, the concentration. I mean, there are so many things that you're battling against physically.
I was hoping you were going to say the upside downness, or there must be an adjective or a verb to be upside down. I can't keep telling you the change in the conditions here. It was a monsoon here.
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, it's sunglasses seem to be the nature of things. We've got
very
people
much
out
order
having.
today.
Just to explain, we're on. This is the balcony of the Flight Global Chalet, and we're on a strip. This is Chalet Row A, I think. And we've got chalets either side of us. Who are our neighbours, Graham?
Yeah, next to us we have Canada. I think it's the
the country.
Yeah, I think it's a collection. So you sent an FCA down there, and I think they're grouped as part of maybe some Canadian exhibitors together.
And it's F&E, the organisers of the Dubai Air Show, further down. And this side we've got International Aero Engine. So it's the usual streaming, and behind us, sort of various other OEMs and businesses.
Capgemini and APAC.
Yeah, and people are out enjoying the sunshine now. They're having drinks with their feet, literally with their feet up.
Yes, how's that happening? They should be back in the chalet.
Yeah, get your shoes on. It's not a beach hut.
Let's get running stories.
So coming up in a bit, we've got allegedly we can't guarantee it, but the Kamov Alligator, the KA-52 Alligator. That's an interesting helicopter, Graham. It's got a twin counter-rotating rotor blades. It's quite distinctive looking Russian helicopter, and we're hoping to be joined by Craig Hoyle, our defence editor, to talk us through that one. So that's going to be good. And a little bit later, what other highlights have we got in the flying display still yet to come?
Well, it's a very good question.
Well, we haven't seen the Su-35.
Su-35 still to come. I'm trying to think what else we.
Well, that British Airways A380. Assuming we've already had one A380.
Yeah, we certainly led to believe or expecting that to make another appearance later. Obviously, that kicked off proceedings today. We were expecting that a little bit later.
We've got a fresh. What would you say on Mars tweet in? Which you can tweet yours to @Paz_live or contribute to the Ustream feed.
So Jeff Verver, I think I know who that is. Hey, can I have some gas, please?
Is that like petrol gas or just laughing gas? Yeah, so keep those coming in. We've had a few now, so you're all in. Thanks, Becky. All in contention for that book.
And remember, we're looking to find out exactly where our audience is, where you're watching from. And I know new people are coming and joining us throughout the broadcast, picking this up at various times. We'd love to know where you are. We're trying to build the ultimate global audience. We're trying to record this where everyone is. We've already had some. People from across, from places as remote as Guatemala, as
Loughborough,
And I can't remember, what was the what was the Australian, the
Was it Wodonga?
Wodonga.
Wodonga,
which we
Australia.
still don't actually know. I haven't looked it up. We will find out where Wodonga is.
So on that note, yeah, so our Where in the World map, keep them coming in, and we'll leave you with the images of the aerial display whilst we attempt to repair our Where in the World map and get that up and running so that we can come back to that in a few minutes' time.
see and hear on the decimeter here, racking up 3 figures for the first time, 100.3. Well, it's one of the stars show. We have Fly International's defence editor Craig Hoyle. Craig, talk us through this. What are we listening to? What are we seeing?
Afternoon, everybody. I've drawn the luckiest gig on this because I have so little chance to talk while the Dassault Rafale goes through its paces. So just coming over us. So making a noise for us, we've got a Dassault Rafale C from the French Air Force.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's now topped at 101.3. We're up there.
So we have a single seat fighter version of the aircraft above us here. And obviously this is the sort of centerpiece of the Dassault defense push at the show. With this is a combat proven aircraft that's seen action in Afghanistan, Libya, and currently also in Mali. So very much a hot aircraft that's doing jobs every day at the moment.
And what's the sort of strengths as a fighter aircraft? What's it bringing in?
With some of the main things that we've seen with the recent operations it's a long endurance aircraft. So from Mali they flew some missions from mainland France, which getting down into Mali was taking 9 hours 45 minutes was their longest mission. So some of the benefits of the aircraft are it's quite comfortable to fly for that duration of time.
You see, but that's a single pilot.
Yes, they flew a mix of single and 2-seat aircraft, but obviously only one pilot per aircraft. So we're seeing some of the slow speed handling at the moment.
Bearing down on you, that's
well, I think important to note that under a combat scenario they wouldn't be flying it like that. So the long duration missions they would fly with some external fuel tanks, certainly on the long flights, but then they'd fly with perhaps 12 weapons between a 2-ship of 2 aircraft, and they were able to use that very effectively.
And how's the program going? Sort of wider.
I'd say, as with everybody else around Europe, they have the same issues with regard to budget. So there was a recent white paper which capped the future number of combat aircraft at 225, which was a lot lower than previously planned.
Yeah.
Might get a good reading as it comes over us this time, I think.
Here we go. Little delayed action. No movement on 102.2. I would have thought that was higher.
So for the immediate future on the programme, they have an order for 60 aircraft that they're working on at the moment. That keeps them going for a few years. And while we wait on that, they wait to sign a contract with India and also continue talking to Brazil. So they might build quite a few more.
And is it those emerging... And is it those emerging markets where they see the opportunity? Is that...
Yeah, certainly places like India, they have a market and money, importantly. And also another very important area for the fighter manufacturers is the Middle East region. So the Rafales on offer to the United Arab Emirates, and other nations in that part of the world, such as Kuwait, are looking for new fighter aircraft at some point. So those are the big emerging markets. Places like mainland Europe, there aren't many opportunities, unfortunately, these days.
No, the comes it up.
Okay, we get a quiet moment, so we make most of it, I think.
So, obviously, you're just looking at sort of slightly wider here in Paris for the week. What's sort of the kind of the big stories that are kind of taking your eye? Or
I think the big sort of themes for the show, obviously, a very small, in aircraft terms, a very small presence by the US companies and particularly the armed forces, and then sort of filling the gap that's left by that, obviously, the Russians and the Ukrainians. So I think really it's the opportunity to see things like the AN-70 we had here flying earlier.
yeah,
That's a great opportunity we don't normally get, but certainly across the programs you get the feeling it's a quieter show due to the US budget that's kept a lot of the aircraft away this year, sadly.
But it's good to see the Russians there, isn't it? I think that brings a sort of new kind of focus which you haven't seen for a good few years.
Yeah, it's a great thing to see, and short of going to the MAX show in Moscow, you don't normally get to see these aircraft. They've last few years there has been money going into the Russian industry and the domestic customers buying quite large quantities of aircraft. So what we'll get now is they'll start coming to the shows more often, and from their perspective, hopefully sign more export deals.
Excellent. Well, we'll be seeing Craig again later during across the week as we see more and more of the aircraft, and of course we have the Su-35 we're looking forward to. And the very soon. But I'm joined back now by Michael. And
Let's no further ado. This is our number one. Number one wall of sound.
And
what's the scores on the doors?
yeah, we have the record high. I should just evidence it has not been tampered with. 102.2.
Right.
Which is 17 decibels louder than me. I think in reality.
So that's our first. Can you see that, guys? So that's our first wall of sound person. I might need to get slightly smaller photos. Oops.
So
Peggy's telling me to move out of the way.
So we'll be following this over the week. We'd love to know what you think might be the loudest aircraft flying here, and are there any not flying here who you think would give it a run for its money? So we'll be following that over the course of the next few days. So do stay with us, and we'll keep going on that.
And now we're back in business with the Where in the World map. It's brand new 3 days ago, looking pretty beaten up already. But we do have a few extra tweets. I'm going to grab a few. So the wind has kicked up a little bit here.
So of course, as you remember, we've been asking you where you've been watching, where you're watching this, the streaming from now. We and actually on the recordings as well. So what have we got? We have Nuno Diaz. Good morning from Portugal.
Another Portugal.
Excellent.
Let's get the stickies out.
This is our high-tech solution.
Right, yeah. This is very high-tech. We're on to a different colour now. What colour should we pick?
Okay, well, we've been a lot of orange today. We're going to go, why don't we do...
Whatever colour comes out?
Yeah.
Or none. Right.
Now,
It's going to be a...
Now, Raider number 1...
green affair.
Which was Rick yesterday, was our very first man on the mat. Mikey very confidently suggests he's from northern Portugal.
Well, I got that feeling from the tweet. Did you not?
You felt he was more Porto than Lisbon.
Interestingly, we're... here we go. We've got a chopper in the air. It's the Black Hawk, is that right?
It is the Black Hawk.
Sikorsky. So that's good. We're enjoying the footage of that. And so where in the world? So you keep tweeting in. We'll keep sticking things up. I think we can declare one country a winner, surely, by the end of the week, by Thursday.
I would hope so.
It's looking like the US at the moment.
Wow, that's big, isn't it?
4 people from the I was told we had so far confirmed 18 separate countries of viewers.
Covered 18.
18.
We think we can do more. If your country, if maybe we let Becky pan in onto it, fill those gaps. There's a lot of gaps. There's some gaps here. A lot of gaps in Latin America. Nothing from Russia. They're all the Russian.
The Russians are all here.
The Russian aircraft are here.
Yes. It's worth pointing out now we've got our high-tech prop up. We've got our a cool board down the bottom here, ranging from ice cold to totally uncool. So once we've had a chance to see all the aircraft today, obviously we've got the rest of the week as well. We want you to tell us what you think was totally cool, totally uncool, and we're going to, again, slightly smaller photographs, but move them around and adjust them. It's our Paris Airshow flying display barometer, if you will.
Yeah, no, barometer is the right word. Temperature, you see? Temperature gauge.
We've certainly had
breaking news.
Oh, breaking tweets.
Oh, fantastic!
And Waganda.
Waganda, which I mistakenly put somewhere between the Northern Territories and South Australia, I guess.
Well, let's have a look. We put it
up here,
didn't we?
And it's about 300 miles north of Melbourne.
Right.
Which is.
Let's see if we unpick these.
Given Australia is quite a large country, that was quite dramatically out.
Thanks for the update there. That's is that Gwench?
Gwench, I think.
Gwench. Thank you very much. We've got A Jamal M51, M51.
A Jamal,
M51.
yeah,
M51.
M51.
Motorway system. What would you say? It's a hash. What would you say on Mars? I'm leaving Mars. It's too boring.
In fairness, once you get there, what would you know? The novelty would wear out. I can imagine.
You're saying you lack the curiosity. Do you see what I've done there to go?
Yeah, I do see that. That's good. That's good.
The canals.
Yeah,
that's beautiful this time of year. And then we've got another one. Where in the world?
Wheels down and watching from Sydney's northern beaches. Or is that northern or Norton? No, that is
Northern Beaches.
There's Northern Beaches.
Sounds like a very nice place to be.
Sydney. And now
we're sticky, don't we?
Yeah. What have you done with that? Oh, there we go. Now I think technically, we need something slightly more. That obviously is the furthest we've gone here in Australia.
That is, isn't it? Here the current.
Once again, I go for the highly technical arm's length.
It's a full arm's length as opposed to a partial arm's length. So and Australia catching up with 3 Where in the World Raiders watching. Brilliant. Keep them coming in. At Paz_live.
That's the easiest way to get hold of us. Although you could comment on, if you're watching on Ustream, bash in a comment at the bottom of that. You can contact us by email at
webmaster@flightglobal.com, or just drop in a comment on our Facebook page. And we've got a Flight Global Facebook page, and we've also got the Paris Live Facebook page, Paris Airshow Live. So it's worth liking both of those. The high-tech falling apart behind us. And so get in touch. We'll read them out and stick you on the map.
Okay, but we'll just leave you with the flying display for the next few minutes.
Okay, enjoy. Hi, welcome back. It's Michael Target
And Graham Dunn here with you at the Paris Air Show, live streaming
live at the Paris Air Show.
live at the Paris Air Show. First proper day in anger. We were there under the radar yesterday for some of you.
Under the radar.
Under the radar. But today's the first real day in anger, and it's turned out to be a beauty, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're just enjoying the Yak 130 trainer jet there, doing its display, and we've been recording the decibels. I don't know if Becky can see that. Is that?
Again, we bring with you the evidence. Not
So
quite.
if you'd like to mark it up, should we mark it up? Let's test your handwriting out, Graham.
And I'll go black as well. Okay, give me the
It's
details.
98.9. So didn't quite make it to the heights. Yeah, don't forget the. Oh, very nice. So didn't quite make it to the heights of the Rafale, the Dassault Rafale, but that's to be expected. Still, didn't quite break the ton. Do you think he's? It's like you've played a silly shot just before you got to the century, and you're out.
I think it's very similar. It's a bit like the old they did in the tennis with the old fastest speed, and I think when. Big Goran has hit one of his. That's shows you the last time I watched tennis.
Is that a friend of yours? Big Goran.
Big Goran Ivanisevic.
Oh, Ivanisevic. I thought it was just a friend.
Big Goran. I play this.
when me and Big Goran hang out.
I'm trying to think of a big. But all the big servers I can think of have all retired.
Yeah.
But anyway, they have that. They have the speed gun. They have the speed gun, of course, with cricket when in the bowling as well. That fastest delivery, and it's something I do like to think the pilot's thinking. Oh, might have to rev it up a little bit. Might put a little. Do you think I'll put a kind of a baseball card in the cog of the wheel?
Or just keep it in second gear.
Yeah.
And, like noisy. We've got another Where in the World over here.
Yes, of course. We've been
way,
asking you where in the world you're watching the streaming from, what you've been doing, and we've got another. This is GE Aviation.
GE Aviation. Welcome the entire GE Aviation population.
In Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati. Let's mark it up. And they're all pouring in. I did see some more coming, so if you're waiting for yours to be read out, then don't panic. They will make it in due course. Right, Cincinnati. Ooh.
Well, you look as though you're looking in Latin America at the moment.
I'm going to guess Cincinnati, Ohio is somewhere around here.
Yeah, I would have gone in that area.
I look like a Fuga to me. I know a Fuga when
You
I
know.
see one.
You got to know your Fugas from your Cougars, from your
Pumas.
yeah.
Super Pumas. Right, so enjoying the Fuga, but yes, so we got Ohio. We'll have some more coming out. So if you've just sent your Where in the World to us, panic ye not. It is on its way.
I can
see we've got a
can
slightly
see from
delayed
the
stream there.
We can see from the live stream there are some quite exciting ones. At least 2 new countries, new first to add to the country destination list.
And we've got another. What would you say on Mars? We are, in case you've just joined us, we were lucky enough to have Buzz Aldrin in the chalet live earlier, and he's got his new book, Mission to Mars, about a plan for how we could get men to Mars. And we were asking, if you were the first person on Mars, what would your first words be? Obviously, we all know those first few moments of the Apollo 11 landings, and we've got one coming in from Downwash for the Mars question. Who ordered the pizza? Sorry for the 30-minute overshoot delay. That's quite a good one.
You do get your money back, don't you, if they're not in that time?
So there we go with the Fuga. Oh, it's painting pretty pictures in the sky. Yeah, that's right. Oh, and another bit of live feedback interaction. We had some of you moaning about my choice of royalty-free music that we were overlaying on the live stream. So we will leave the mics on instead of the music if in due course, I think. Oh, we've got fresh batch. Thank you, Disco Stew.
Thank you, and here we go. Flyboy 1175. What up? Do you think that's right? What up?
What's up?
Watching from the Cayman Islands.
Oh.
I'm loving the Cayman Islands. That is fantastic.
Cayman Islands. Whereabouts do you reckon? Somewhere? kind
Yeah, I would have them near Guadeloupe, perhaps? No.
Well, we'll stick them near Guadeloupe,
Yeah.
and if we got them wrong, if we've got it wrong, then you tell us.
Here we also have...
So it's Boost Cremedi. Booze Cremedi.
Boost Cruise. Boost Cruise.
Watching from Morocco, we've made it to Africa.
That's fantastic. Oh! So, I do apologise for my appalling pronunciation once again, but that's fantastic. The first African...
He sounds... I'm going to go with Fez.
Fez, yeah.
Fez.
From Morocco. That is absolutely fantastic. But now, I mean, it's going to sound a bit fussy at this point. That's North Africa. It's on the kind of, well, there's still...
If it's not Sub-Sahara, it doesn't cut it. Is that what you're saying?
North Africa's great. I love it. Don't get me wrong, but it'd be nice to have some sub-Saharan on the board there. Now, loving this. Chuck _Sim enjoying awesome show from Japan.
Welcome, Chuck
That
Sim.
is fantastic.
Whereabouts in Japan, do you reckon?
Osaka.
Osaka.
I'm going Osaka.
Is
Feel free to correct us.
He sounds like a Southern Islander. What have we got here? Andy Duff. Oh, sorry, you can't see the map. Andy Duff. I'm watching from the end of the runway in Farnborough. See you next year. I like to think that he hasn't actually moved from the end of the runway since last year.
He was watching last year, and there he's going, this is sort of quite frustrating. But at least, Andy, can you let us know if the car alarms in the car park in Farnborough are going off even now?
Right, let's get Farnborough. Oh, the UK looking great.
And the Flying Scotsman.
Flying Scotsman. Is he from Scotland?
Well, I assume there's some connection, but that's not where he's watching from. Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, Florida. Another American. Well done. Well, unless he's Scottish. Orlando's about there, isn't it? Oops. Weird. Unfortunately, these stickies got a bit of rain damage. have to resort to a different colour.
So a lot of US people watching in the US, of course, just their day just starting now. They've got the whole day ahead of us.
We're hearing some technical directions here.
Puerto Rico.
Oh,
I'm loving that.
What, near to Puerto Rico? Was this the Cayman Islands question, or is this someone new? Someone new from... All right,
That is
we'll find
fantastic.
out who they are, so we can read out their name and name check them, but we'll put a
There it is.
double.
That's fantastic.
Excellent. Still watching the Fuga here. Hope you're enjoying these images. Looking fantastic now against the blue sky as he's painting a picture of what can only be described as...
It does look as though he's been doing some sign writing there.
Well, what is it? It's like a roller coaster effect.
That does illustrate. I mean, that you get a very clear sign of where he's just been, which is quite up and down, isn't it? That would be quite hard work.
He's mixing it up.
So do keep letting us know.
There's another one coming in. Can you read that one out?
Yes, Jim Way checking in from downtown Washington.
Downtown.
Don't tell us, boss. Don't tell us, boss. That's the.
Excellent. Welcome, Jim.
And we have Keg Store 123 watching from Kemble in the UK. Now that's a challenge. Kemble. I'm not sure I know you, Kemble.
Well, I'm going to kind of Kemble. Sounds like somewhere in the Midlands. If I had to guess.
And there is one more which is just live coming through. Caspian Sherrod, watching for it live from Bangladesh. That's a corker. We love that.
Excellent. Right.
I'm from Bangladesh, and is that about the...
Bangladesh. Yeah.
Perfect. So we had someone from Bangalore earlier. But that's about... So we've had India, Bangladesh.
I'd like to see more from the Ring of Fire, the Pacific. We've got Japan, we've got Australia. How about some of Micronesia or Polynesia or somewhere interesting? Ireland. Are you watching from an island?
Yeah. Oh, that would be good. That would be good. And we have, and don't forget Russia, of course. Russia, big turnout at the show from the aircraft. We'd love to see what we can get out of it. Now, of course, the weather here has changed quite drastically, and there's only one man we have to thank for this. A man who people remember, those of you who watched us under the radar yesterday. It's the weather with Goobs. Good morning.
Yeah, what a change. Now we are standing here in blazing sunshine, and the suits have dried again after we were completely drenched this morning. I got caught out, and now we're good. I think there are a few clouds, as it says, about 3,000 feet and a little bit above, but as they say, no significant cloud. So the flight display is catching up, but if you go out this evening, you might want to take your umbrella, or better still, proper coats, because there is thunder forecast, and gusts up to 25 knots, which is, I think, what, 28 miles or so. That's pretty blowy.
Pretty blowy. Now, I'm not doubting your credentials, Goobs. You are a trained meteorologist, aren't you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Michael is a trained meteorologist, and that is why he does the weather here. Good to would you fancy flying in this yourself?
Well, I think that would be lovely. Visibility is good. Wind is at the moment that even light aircraft can fly around. They're not blown away. So yeah, shall we go for a spin?
Let's do it. If we were to go for a spin tomorrow, do we have any idea what the weather will be like then?
Well, I have no idea for tomorrow.
Weather with Goobs. Michael will be back with us tomorrow with tomorrow's weather, and he will be back across the week helping us on some of our commentaries as well. But for now, we'll take you back to the flying display and the A380 once again.
That's right. Now, we've seen this aircraft perform several times. It had to do its validation flight several times. I don't know why, whether there's several different pilots or whether it slightly pushed the boundaries a little bit too far, and the French regulators wanted them to just do it again and tweak the display. It certainly does come quite close to the crowd.
So the decimeter is now it's cranking up 99.4.
He's not quite made the ton there.
It's not yet on the ton. It is in second place. He's in the nervous 90s.
Just a reminder that the record so far today is the Dassault Rafale that reached 102. I mean, look at that, Graham.
That is fantastic, isn't it?
I mean,
It's staggering. It's staggering, isn't it, that an aircraft can do that?
It's just about to go over us now.
Here he comes. Watch the decibel meter. Oh.
The unofficial decimeter is the car alarms going off. They've all gone off behind us.
That's incredible. So as he does something which doesn't look like it's possible, we have reached 100.8.
100.8. I think that was louder, but I cannot believe.
Much louder than that.
We will check the decimeter. I think it's.
Have we had this calibrated? That was only 20 decibels louder than you talking.
Yeah. 100.8. That's huge. The car alarm has stopped there, but the car alarm's going off is usually a good sign.
Right, here's another go at it. Oh, he's having a second bite of the cherry here. No, he's still yet to break the 100.8 mark. But it is incredible. And what's good today, they get to do a slightly higher routine.
Yeah.
There's no cloud base whatsoever, so he's doing these big loops and tumbles. Of course, don't worry, we'll have plenty more SU-35 during the course of the week, and we're trying to, spread things out a little bit. So we'll have one of our defence journalists who can tell us give the context of the aircraft.
Our defence team will be giving you the lowdown about the aircraft later in the week.
Well, we've reached 101 decibels now. I'm not thinking
101.
I'm thinking he's going to struggle to beat the Dassault, the Rafale. 101. It seems a lot louder than that.
I think by the end of the week that will be higher.
He's probably got one or two more manoeuvres to try and max this out. I wonder if it makes a difference if you point it in the direction.
In between a very momentary quiet moment, brilliant. I can exclusively get a heads up that our first Russian, Olga 64 says hello from Russia. If you could tell us where in Russia, that's a huge space. So if you have the chance to tweet back and let us give us a clue. I mean, you could.
Have a punt.
Have a punt.
I'm going to have a punt. Mine will be yellow.
I'm going Vladivostok.
That surely is a poor choice. You really. I'm going to play it safe.
No.
I'm playing it safe. I'm going with Moscow there. And we've got a JHS 22 from Malaysia.
Hello, JHS 22. That's, I think, our third. Is that our third Malaysia? Second from Malaysia, I think. This is
Yeah, we got one from.
fabulous. And
Breaking news, Graham. Breaking news.
oh,
Whilst we've been talking, the Sukhoi Superjet has broken the record on the Decibel
so this is
Armata.
not the Superjet.
I keep saying the Superjet. The Su-35.
SU-35, we have a new race leader. 102.6. Well, I think we thought it was louder. It took a while to get there. It is 102.6. That puts it top of the tree so far.
They're going to be pleased with that, I know. I know they're trying to give
Well,
everyone
we spoke to them
tinnitus.
before the show, and they were keen.
Fantastic.
I think we also have possibly our most northerly so far in the lovely Iceland. So Rune Halldórsson, or Halldórsson.
Well said.
I'm having fun watching live from Iceland, and I think that is the most northerly so far that we have.
Yeah.
Of course, that does depend on where in Russia Olga64 is from.
I'm going to say Reykjavik. Yeah. Yeah, that Russia's a big guess. Oh! Another where in the world, Jordan Fitz watching from Derby in the UK.
In Derby, home of Rolls-Royce.
Home of Rolls-Royce, I've been there. Oh yeah, there's a whole stack of them now. There we go, right over the top of us there, the Sukhoi Su-35 coming into land, not the Superjet.
That was quite something, actually.
Right, let's take a record. I haven't got the photo yet. We'll get that out.
Yeah.
So read that one out, Graham.
Yeah. So, as evidence, once again, our official adjudicator, Becky, will be testifying that does say, indeed, the new personal best out there, the new race leader. And that's a very good picture.
Oh, thank
The SU-35 came in at 102.6.
Right. That's the current leader then.
Current leader.
Fantastic.
And suddenly
Right.
it was quiet. I think actually we should 102.6 and one car alarm. Obviously that's just in the background of us. I'm
Car
sure.
alarm count.
Car alarm count.
Okay, we're going to
So
leave
do
you just for a second, but get in touch. What's the Twitter address?
so the really easy way to get direct to us here, Paz_live.
Live at Paz_live.
And that comes direct to us here on the show.
That's right.
You can also get us at.
Well, a lot of people chatting on the social stream on Ustream, so just typing their comments in for everyone to see. That's great. That's a good way. We're picking. That's what we can see there, and Disco Stew is collating the other comments and piping them out to us. So we'll pick them up. And coming up, rumoured is the Airbus A380. So we'll let you enjoy the pictures of the air show until that bird flies, and then we'll be back with you with some more commentary.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it?
So the Lockheed Super Constellation in the air at the moment, cutting a fine figure of an aircraft.
Graceful.
Graceful,
Graceful, I think.
that's a
Isn't
good-
it?
that's a good word.
Graceful in the air.
Graceful in the air, yes. Lovely
And
looking.
there's obviously we're seeing a lot of love out there for the Su-35. That was absolutely fantastic. There's a lot of love out there from our design department, who I believe they're short of an image to go in the paper tomorrow. So I was wondering if maybe they could. They've asked if they could use your picture. Perhaps Becky, would you be able to, for those of you who may not have seen Michael's rendition of the Su-35, I think you really kind of captured its unique qualities. So
Thank you.
we may be looking at using that in the magazine. It may not may not be the cover picture. May not be the cover picture, but you know, it'll be there.
Here comes the Connie now, over the top of the Chalet Rose. Very good. Actually, we should hitting a respectable 81 at that point.
80.7. That's still a couple of decibels quieter than myself.
Okay, so we've got some more tweets that have come in. Hang on a sec. Let me just hand the reader back to the decibelometer. Is that the correct term?
I think your decimeter. If you can think of a decent name for that, we pride ourselves on our, wall of sound, the cool board. Where in the world, whether with goobs, we're working hard, but we struggled on the sound system, the the noisometer, the din of dinner time. No, not quite. Anyway.
Right, okay, so we've got some more tweets here. We're asking where you are in the world. Some of these we've already read out as they're appearing on our screen over there.
But we certainly have from Bartolovic, hello from the island of Australia. We did call for us the islands, and it is the big. Is it the biggest island? I don't know if that's right.
I think that's right.
I think it is. Where in Australia, though, it's from Melbourne, which it seems very popular. We've had quite a few people contacting us from Melbourne, which is fantastic. Olga 64 from Russia, of course, our first Russian.
She hasn't confirmed where exactly in
hoping
Russia.
For more. Now we have Stevie Pugh. Wish I was watching in one of those countries mentioned, but I'm watching from South Wales. Great job,
Not
guys.
New South Wales, but South Wales.
Yeah. And we have Downwash watching from Paris in France, not USA, so not Paris, Texas.
So he's our closest so far. A local. Is he actually what he's watching? Presumably out his window. We have a local to us back in the UK. Hi to Carl Schneider, who's watching from back home in Sutton, doing a great job, guys. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you,
very
Carl.
kind. Very kind. We'll mark Carl up.
There in the Quadrant Towers.
Getting very, very crowded there.
We have Ben Mees watching live from Pattaya. Pattaya.
Yeah, Graham, tell me where Pattaya is.
Well, I'm going to guess it's in India.
Pattaya, yeah.
I'm going to guess that's India. I do apologise, Ben. That's what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a sound guess. I'm going to stick it Central India.
But that is,
But
I think
please
that is
confirm.
our most random. Now we have, we're particularly pleased with this one, from Saudi Arabia, Ajamin 51. Ajamin 51.
It's Ajamal M51.
No, I've heard of Ajamin. There we go.
We've heard from him already. Where was he from?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. There we go. Anywhere in particular?
No, cool.
Right.
And came in 1968 watching from Tokushima,
which again I'm going to guess is somewhere over here.
So we've been asking that all the...
we've got clarity over where exactly the Cayman Islands is.
Flyboy, etc. Cayman Islands is between Cuba and Jamaica. So how close do we get?
Oh, it's not bad.
That's not a bad shout, actually.
Well, no, it was.
You're right.
No, it was poor. The poor one. Right, let's adjust that.
We were in the right part of the world.
Right ocean. Oh, struggling with this.
Love the Su-35, both here at the show, in some of your messages that we've been getting in. There'll be much more Su-35 across the week, and we're going to have, obviously been focusing on a few of the other aircraft today, but we'll have a couple of our defence guys coming in talking about that over the next week.
Right. Now the Super Connie coming into land, cutting a very fine picture there. And we've mentioned about the weather. I'm currently bearing up under the extreme heat. But in case you weren't watching earlier, it was a very different story. And one of our guys coming in managed to capture some of the, just a short bit of a clip just to show people what it was quite like. I think, Richard, if you could show that now and people see exactly what that weather was like this morning.
Enjoy. You are on the road, but we've also been running our topic du jour, I think you like to call it.
Yeah.
And of course, for those of you, hopefully you were lucky enough to catch it. If not,
you can see the recorded version.
We had Buzz Aldrin, who was in the Schleich Global Chalet. Michael caught some words. There we go. A fabulous moment.
Brilliant, yeah, one for the scrapbook. Definitely, it was great to him. So we're in homage to the man. We're asking you what, if you were the first person on the red planet, what your first words would be to go down in history. So tweet that one in or drop it in the comment stream. We'll read it out.
And of course, there is a prize for the
best one, as judged by myself and Graham. After the flying display, will win a signed copy of Buzz's new book, Mission to Mars.
So well worth. So we'd love to hear from you from that.
So another feature that we're doing this week is how we got the Star Sapphire sensor to Le Bourget in the first place, and we showed the first episode of Flight to Paris earlier today, and I think we've got the second instalment coming up right now to continue my journey here. So here we are in the Sarsawak. I said it right this time. So we're just refueling once again, but what a glorious day it is here. And we've got some cracking footage from the Star Sapphire on the way in. Really dramatic landing up the valley, heading towards the glacier at the end of this one. So really tremendous, what a sight. So half the way there now.
So over there in the distance you can now make out Nussarsuaq Airport, sitting on the feature that gives it its name. It means Great Plain in Greenlandic. And that plain being formed by the silt carried down from the glacier there, you can see, carried down the valley alongside the highland, the ridge, the Millem Lamdet Ridge. Now the airport is not open all the year round. It's very dependent on the weather, which can be quite extreme, as you can probably imagine at this this southerly point in Greenland. It's just a closer look at that glacier, which is one of many in this area of Greenland. This one flowing out into a river, but many of these glaciers flow directly out into the ocean and carve their icebergs, of which there are literally millions floating around. Now away to the north, you get an idea of what's pushing those glaciers out. It's beyond the mountain ranges is just a mass of snow and ice as far as the eye can see. Quite dramatic.
Okay, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed that latest instalment from the Flight to Paris. More to come, but at the moment I'm joined by America's managing editor, Stephen Trimble. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you.
And the reason Stephen's joined me is, as you can probably see from the images, this aircraft in the air, very much more contrast, high degree of contrast to the Su-35, which reached our wall of sound record so far. It's the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, Stephen.
That's correct. Yeah, it's a much quieter aircraft than a supersonic fighter. But wow, you can see it turning right now with that is a nice looking, very graceful turn.
It is remarkable. It's a remarkably quiet aircraft, and we're lucky these days to see these kind of airliners in the display. Boeing obviously had been absent with their commercial airliners for a long time from the display, but they turned a corner last year in Farnborough.
That's right. Their last. The last time they had an aircraft on flying display was a 737-300. Which you can tell you how long it was before Farnborough last year, and that was in 1984. I think at Farnborough in 1984 with the 737. And then they brought it back in rather spectacular fashion last year with Mike Carricker and doing sort of the play-by-play as they did the flying display. And I can't remember the name of the pilot who did it. But it was a really spectacular flying display. This one seems a bit more sedate than what we saw last year, just based on the few seconds I did actually catch it going by. But there was some remarkable maneuvers they did, touch and go on the ground.
That's right.
I mean, really, it was a kind of a return to form for Boeing on the flying display circuit.
Yeah, I know, it's great to see the aircraft in the air. We're lucky we've got two here today. And all this week. So we've got the Air India aircraft. Is that yet to be delivered to the customer? So it's Boeing pilots piloting the aircraft, presumably?
That sounds right, yeah. Now, there's several Air India aircraft that have been waiting to be delivered. Obviously, there have been several months of non-delivery of the 787 because of the battery situation. Sorry. And, but it's... yeah, this is one of those aircraft that have been in the queue.
Yeah, we might as well talk a little bit about the battery situation. I'm sure our viewers have been following what's going on. It's been very highly covered in the media. Do you think we've turned the corner? It's been a hell of a year, ups and downs for this aircraft.
No, it was an extraordinary story for us to cover. I mean, even just personally, just trying to cover the story, we had never seen anything like that. It had been 34 years since the FAA had grounded an entire fleet of aircraft, and then it was under I would say much more tragic circumstances. There was something like 270 people killed in a DC-10 crash, and it was one of several fatal crashes of the DC-10 that led to its grounding. Where in this case, it was really just 2 incidents of overheating batteries, where there really wasn't, in any time, I mean, in retrospect, it does appear that the aircraft was never actually in jeopardy. Obviously the NTSB and the FAA and the JTSB in Japan thought it was very prudent and necessary to keep the aircraft on the ground until the problem was fixed.
So the fix, for those that aren't as familiar with the story, have they gone back to the lithium-ion approach? They adjusted it or tried something different?
Right, and the whole idea was that they needed lithium-ion batteries for the 787, mainly because they're just a better battery. There's a lot of new electrical systems on the aircraft, but you could have used any of the old batteries, the nickel-cadmium batteries of previous generation aircraft. The lithium-ion was really, it provides more power in less weight, and so that's desirable in anything on an aircraft, including materials and engines and so forth. So, but they did come up with a new design of the same battery that would prevent the kind of overheating. It's supposed to prevent the overheating from starting, even if it does start. If somehow that fails, that the chain reaction and the thermal runaway could not get started. And even if that does happen somehow, that the smoke and the heat would be vented directly off board the aircraft rather than having any chance of it equipment bay.
So that's all, hopefully, fingers crossed, past.
I think we're all pretty confident that's not something we need to worry about anymore.
And that's going to unblock, obviously, the delivery process again. With we've got customer after customer waiting to take hold of these aircraft. We've got Air India here. I know British Airways are taking some of theirs at the end of June, to. And they'll keep coming thick and fast, hopefully, after that.
Yeah, in fact, faster and faster as the months go by. Right now they're delivering at a rate of 7 per month. They're going to go up to 10 per month by the end of the year. I think really by 2014, maybe even 2016, we could see them basically double the production. Stands today of 7 per month, going up to 14 per month. They have the capacity in the production system, at least at the final assembly level. And so, the demand for the aircraft is
Hi, I'm Mike Grzanix, Flight International.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I'll hand this over to Becky. Well, it's great to hear from Steve and have his expert opinion on the 787 there. And talking about another new aircraft, something that we featured recently. We've seen it once in the display so far, and it's a very dramatic display. The A400M Atlas. Our very own defence editor, Craig Hoyle, had a chance to be on board in the cockpit during the flight test of that aircraft that we got to do. And I think we've got footage of that now, so enjoy.
Hi, I'm Mike Grzanix, Flight International Flight Test Pilot. Just landed Grizzly 05, Airbus Military's brand spanking new A400M. I can tell you it's a great aircraft, great flying qualities, carefree handling. You can read all about it and the upcoming features before the Paris Airshow.
The visit started with a session in the Engineering Developmental Simulator with Chief Test Pilot Ed Strongman. In addition to cockpit familiarisation, this provided a chance to try out the automatic function, which will manage available power in the event of an engine failure at a critical point of flight.
Lead 1.
Rotate. Left rudder's needed. Okay, you can rotate. Keep going this time, keep on pulling.
The synthetic device also gave Grzanix the chance to rehearse landing at Toulouse-Blagnac, where he had previously flown Airbus's commercial A380 in 2006.
Lift all the levers up gently to the ground level, and then if you want the reverse, you can have reverse.
During a pre-flight walk-around, the A400M's 4 TP400 D6 engines and T-tail hinted at the turboprop's high-speed potential of up to Mach 0.72. After engine start and a short taxi to runway 14R, takeoff power was selected for a rapid acceleration to a rotation speed of 134 knots. The flight test continued to the south of Toulouse, where the A400M's low-level handling performance and manoeuvrability was showcased. This culminated with a 3G pull-up and 105-degree banked turn, familiar from the type's Airshow display sequence and a symbol of its use of the West's most powerful turboprop engines. Once at medium altitude, further handling trials were performed, down to a minimum airspeed of just 81 knots. Low noise levels in the aircraft's cargo hold, which has a 37-ton payload capacity, came in part from the unique down-between-the-engines rotation scheme used with the TP400's 8-bladed propellers. Back in the circuit at Toulouse, work included a final tactical steep approach, flown with a 15-degree nose-low attitude, ahead of a short landing, requiring a ground run of less than 550 metres.
Minimum 200, 150, 100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Retard.
With Airbus Military due to deliver its first production A400M to the French Air Force by early July, our evaluation of the Grizzly suggests that the company's design could be just right.
Hi, welcome back. So that was great video there from Craig on board the A400M. That aircraft is currently displaying at the moment, but we're just dusting off the Star Sapphire. Paul over there is taking a quick look at it to get it back up. So whilst he does that, I'll take the chance to tell you about the prize draw, model prize draw. We saw the 787 earlier, just before the Air India version, but Boeing have kindly donated. I'll just go and grab this splendid 787 model here that you can see. Look at that. So Boeing have kindly donated this to us for a prize giveaway, and the rules are that all you've got to do, very simple, you've got to sign in to the FG Club during the course of the Paris Air Show. You may already have done so, in which case you're already in for the draw. Well done. So between now and 6 PM local time here on Wednesday, anybody that signs in and watches the live show via the FG Club enters in to the prize draw for this splendid model, and we'll draw the prize out on the winning name on Thursday live on the show. So good luck with that. I had to put that down, that's a bit heavy. And today's spot prize giveaway, Becky, could you just pass me the lovely spot prize? Here we go, thank you very much. So this is Buzz Aldrin's new book, Mission to Mars, My Vision for Space Exploration. He's very kindly signed this copy for us to give away, and to enter for a chance you've got to tweet to @Paz_live or on the Ustream social feed. Thanks, Becky. What would be your first words if you were the first person on the red planet, on Mars? What would you say? What would be that iconic moment that would go down in history? So two good prizes to give away there. We've got other spot prizes that are coming up during the rest of the week. So it's worth tuning in every day, not just for the fantastic footage that you've been seeing throughout today, but also its different prizes. We've got a very special one tomorrow as the A400M comes into land there. Very special prize tomorrow, really worth winning, to go again together with our topic du jour, which we'll which we'll tell you about first thing tomorrow. We're due to go on air every day about 11:30 local at Central European time. We spend a little time chatting through the events of the morning, the events of the evening, special guests, any video that we've recorded during the course of the day. We'll show you those. Of course, we have the weather with Goobs, which is to look forward to. We can update our Where in the World map and our topic du jour. And we'll have some stuff for the cool board by then, because we want to hear what you think is the best display so far, or the worst. So we're doing these shows until Thursday. We've got, as well as the prize giveaways, we've got some more special guests lined up. We've been spoilt so far with Buzz Aldrin live in the chalet, and we've got some equally celebrity, well, it's hard to match that, to be honest, but we've got some more celebrity guests to come. So that's worth tuning into, and much more goodies, insight into the show, and other things to show you. So talking of things to show you, we saw a bit of the Flight to Paris episode 2 just then, but in case you missed episode 1, which we showed a bit earlier in the live show, we'll show that again in a minute. That's really the documentary of how we brought the Star Sapphire 380 HD system all the way from the east coast of America over to Le Bourget in a Pilatus PC-12. So I think we've got that to show you now. Wide-body aircraft on the block. We'll start with the 787, Graham. What can you tell us about that? And well, here we are. It's shaping up to be a lovely day here in Nashua, in the high 70s or 80s. It's a different story down in Goose Bay, where it's in the 30s and snowing, but that's part of the adventure. Bring it on. Off we go, through the fog. Should only be a couple of 100 feet up, so we should get through it quite quickly. Should only be a couple of 100 feet up, so we should get through it quite quickly. There we go, look at that. It's always a beautiful day above the clouds. First stop on our North Atlantic ferry route, Goose Bay in Newfoundland. But while we cover the distance, it gives Jim an opportunity to make some important preparations and get the Star Sapphire equipment ready for action.
And I took the Latin long coordinates along with the elevation off from Google Earth, and then I loaded them. I'm going to preload them into the 380 system, so that way we can call them up later when we get to where we're going to go and we want to take some footage of those areas. So there's a targets menu in the Star Sapphire. I'll call up the targets that I put in and select it and have the camera just automatically point to it, geo-point to it, and it'll slew right to the target.
So here we are at Goose Bay in Canada. Not too much snow on the ground, no sign of those fabled snow mountains, but it is May, I suppose. I see a snow mountain. Not so much a mountain, more of a hillock. Okay, so here we are on the ground in Goose Bay. My word, it's a lot colder. There's a couple of snow mountains over there that Ethan had told me about, and we're just refueling here before getting under the way to Greenland. The cloud base is pretty low, so we didn't manage to get any Star Sapphire shots, but to be honest, there's not an awful lot here to see apart from some snow ploughs and a massive long runway. Apparently the runway is so long
that it was an official contingency runway for the space shuttle program before it was decommissioned.
Welcome back. So people have been probably getting sick of me by now.
No, it's day one, only the first of 4 live days we're doing here. 5 for those who were under the radar.
Under the radar.
And we're drawing towards a close of the first day. And it's been a blinding day. It's been extraordinarily hot come the end of it.
It's been a torrential downpour this morning. Thunder, lightning.
And I hope you've really enjoyed the pictures we've been able to show you. I think there have been some fantastic highlights. The Su-35 really a bit of a scene stealer. Scene stealer.
Yeah,
but we like that a lot. And we'll be carrying on a whole load of the things that we've been doing across this week. The decimeter. We'll be doing the cool board, so forth. One of the key ones we've been doing today, some of the things we've been asking, and you've been we're really delighted with the response. We've been asking where in the world are you watching this from, and behind us, obviously we have our where in the world map, which is now it's filling up very nicely.
It's
actually,
looking good.
Well, and I think we have even more.
Even more. So first up, we've got Pablo Bueno. From San Antonio in Texas.
Texas, San Antonio.
Let's mark that up. You want to hold that?
Yeah. Excellent. I can do San Antonio. I haven't been there. Have you been there?
I've not been. I've never been to Texas. No.
Oh, it's nice.
All my exes
huge.
live in Texas.
It's huge. It's huge.
There we go.
Then we have this is Sergio Gomez singing from Porto in Portugal.
Ah, Porto.
And as you remember, Porto is in the north. Portugal. My geography of Portugal has got fantastic during the show.
Okay. We've got Steve Pugh. Wow, Constellation looking amazing. They don't make them like they used to. Well, that's a good observation. That was one for the cool board. I think tomorrow we'll update the cool board and have the Super Connie down there.
I know it's a blindingly obvious thing to say, but it is evocative. It's evocative of a different age of flying. I mean, clearly it is.
The golden age.
But it does
the salad days.
The salad days, but there is a sort of graceful. It's a gracefulness coming in. It's just fantastic to watch. Sid Chartered VD.
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to say chartered, as in chartered accountant. But
I
think it's Siddharth Charterudi.
That's it. Yeah.
Watching from India. Su-35 was amazing. I'm absolutely with you on that. That was fantastic. And loudest.
So he didn't tell us where in India, so I'm gonna put him as he looks like a kind of Hyderabad kind of place. Well, we've got Jordan Fritz. Oh yeah, we've had you from Rolls-Royce. Absolutely. Okay, and we've got one more comment here, which is part of our mission to Mars. Mm-hmm. What would you say if you were the first person on Mars? It's from Andy Duff. He says, "Camera? I thought you packed it."
It would be quite frustrating, wouldn't it, to get all there?
Okay, so in case you missed it and you want to know what the buzz is all about, sorry, that's an awful pun. We got a chance to replay the interview from earlier today when Buzz came in to see us in the chalet. I'm lucky to be joined here in the Flight Global Chalet at the Paris Airshow by Buzz Aldrin. Thank you very much for coming in, Buzz.
My pleasure to be here. It's a little warm now after a little sprinkle this morning that some of us weren't quite prepared for.
Yes. Now, Buzz, you're here helping to promote your new book, which is Mission to Mars, My Vision for Space Exploration, which is all about laying out, detailing a vision of how to get to Mars by 2035, and not just a one-off visit, but a sustained exploration of the planet. Can you tell us a bit about the book and why you decided to write it?
Well, 2035 is pretty arbitrary. A lot depends on who's making kind of a commitment to advance humankind's exploration limits. I felt that in my life, this is probably a good time for me to take what I've done before and project it into another plan. I did that sort of thing at the beginning in '09 to the Augustine Commission that was looking for options for the future. And I find that in the intervening years I've looked carefully at that, and I really haven't changed my mind all that much in the basis of what I think should be the guidelines. And it's primarily written with the U.S. objectives in mind. It's not trying to say how this should be integrated into other nations or advising other nations. It's, as an American, this is what I believe the United States should be doing with the opportunities that we have. And I might say that the 8 chapters are sort of summarizing different periods of influence, and it's Forward is one I'm very proud of because it was written by my son, who's probably a bit smarter than I am. At least he speaks Russian, has a PhD, and is in a rewarding part of the corporate world.
It's getting rave reviews on the internet, which is great to see. And I think when you talk about exploring and visiting places like Mars, everyone gets it's a very emotive, very emotional subject. Everyone's very, very positive about it, particularly in aerospace. But do you think that that the US or the world as a whole has the will or even the resources, the way in the current climate to see through such a long and sustained program?
If we take a pessimistic attitude of what we're involved in now, we probably won't do much of anything. That's why we need to look at where we are and how we can move and inspire young people to begin to lift up their generation the way that I believe we witnessed after the Apollo program. The United States, anyway, had a great leadership in many subjects, and there wouldn't be an STEM education movement if it weren't indicative that those subjects are the ones that have been declining. And I'm not trying to solve all the education challenges that we have today. I'm trying to participate in what I think the nation can do that can be very inspiring to worldwide and open up the opportunities for cooperation in ways that reflect, I think, what all of us in Apollo felt was a phrase that symbolized our effort, which was, we came in peace for all mankind.
That very true. One thing that you talk about inspiration and motivation. Well, we have seen some progress on the space front, and some recent milestones is around the private sector and things like space tourism and SpaceX and those things. Do you feel that those kind of projects that they're a distraction or a benefit to further reaching more ambitious scientific projects? Is it all for the good, or is it detracting from a more sort of noble mission?
Well, the government had a program of inflatable spacecraft, and they put it on the shelf, saying we're not ready for that. And yet there's a private company now that is in the process of assembling a space station in different orbits and has thoughts of putting these inflatables on the moon. There's another effort at innovation that the Air Force and NASA looked at in the way of lifting body runway landers that were going to be a part of a lifeboat system at the space station. And again, it was set aside because it was prudent, maybe, to use the aging Soyuz spacecraft, which to me didn't really advance technology. And now we have 3 different companies vying for a government continued subsidy to take cargo and personnel to the space station. And the most innovative of those 3 has received the least amount of government support, and I think that's not a good sign, especially when you look into the history of that design, and it came from a Russian design 25 years ago.
Well, and finally, Buzz, just one more question, because I know you're a busy guy. You need to be places. We've been asking our viewers from around the world, in homage to your book here, if they had the opportunity to land on Mars as part of a first mission, what their first words would be. Now, obviously, the moments and footage from the Apollo 11 landings are some of the most iconic and memorable in the world. What sort of advice would you say to people who are trying to? How do you compose yourself? How do you compose your thoughts when you're talking back to the whole of the planet Earth?
I would probably take a few liberties with Neil's words of a small step of reaching the moon, but for mankind it was a large. I think the large leap will be establishing permanence on another planet in the solar system. And to me, there are indications that were we to go there and turn around and come back, we're missing the opportunity of building up a permanent settlement which gathers together the leader in this effort as we welcome and attempt to open this up to international involvement. This is not a single state trying to do something. The United States has always pioneered exploration that opens the door, and sometimes it takes a long time for people to pass through that door that we opened up 44 years ago. But I think it's a challenge to the inventiveness to be able to observe that for 3-4 presidencies, the ultimate objective has been openly declared as Mars. Okay? I think it's time that we actually make the commitment to accomplish that, and to do that in a way that reflects deep thinking about what would happen if we went there and then came back. How long would that program last? And the other big question is, should we return to the moon? I fervently say that would be a mistake for the United States to do that. We have the talent, we have the experience to be able to be very helpful to other nations to land their human beings for prestige or whatever the reasons are, but to do it in ways that build up our capability to go elsewhere. Now, they're not obvious at first glance. You have to look for what are the things that we could do at the moon that would help us do things at Mars, and that ought to guide our vision, and that's what's tried to guide my vision.
Well, thank you very much. Amazing insight there from Buzz Aldrin. Thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Paris Air Show. Okay, so that was great, and brilliant to hear the words from Buzz Aldrin there, and we'll go back now to some of the footage from the Fleur Star Sapphire 380 HD out on the chalet balcony. Welcome back. We're joined once again.
As we're getting towards the end of the day, the weather, the sun has finally stopped here, and there's a sign that maybe the weather's going to change. Who could have foreseen that? Only Goobs, who did weather. Suggest a bit more weather coming our way tonight. But anyway,
fantastic. So I hope you enjoyed that rerun of the Buzz Aldrin interview. Great stuff. And as Graham says, things are beginning to wind up here. We're nearly approaching the end of our first show, apart from the Under the Radar special yesterday. There's obviously things still going on. There's a few more aircraft displaying, but fear ye not, we will have plenty more days left to feature every aircraft that flies at this show. So don't worry too much if you didn't see your favourite today. We've got Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, we're working right across it, and so there'll be more opportunity, and we're going to try and focus on some of the aircraft we didn't focus on so much today, and we're doing that across the week, and trying to bring in some different voices and experts. So beyond myself and Michael, we clearly are experts in this field.
That's right. Yes, but before we sign off today, we've got to bring our spot prize competition to an end. Becky, could you just pass me the book? Let's show them once again who's going to win this lucky book. So we've been asking people what would they say if they were the first person on Mars. Buzz Aldrin's Mission to Mars signed book here to give away. That's great, and we've got the choice cuts here.
So some of the highlights that we've narrowed it down to: Andy Duff, camera. I thought you packed it.
Bridget Ballou. Where's the chocolate?
There's a similar theme because Rick Van Noort. Now where's the beer?
Where's the beer? Jeff VVR. Hey, can I have some gas, please?
Henry Cobb. Help! I can't breathe. The air on Mars is too thin and mostly CO2.
I know the journey that one goes on.
I think so. It's factual. Most factual the answers.
Yeah. Downwash. Who ordered a pizza? Sorry for the 30-minute overshoot delay.
From David Gillen. Veni, Vidi, Manhibi. I've come, I saw, I'm staying.
Bit of Latin.
I like that.
I like it. And Stevie Pugh. I can see my house from here. Excellent. So, and before we pick one, Graham, have you had a chance to think about what you might say if you were the first person on the Red Planet?
On the Red Planet? Well, I think I would take that, tentative step, and then it would just be a bit of, is there life on Mars? The David Bowie classic. I could sing it. I might even sing it. Obviously, we had the chap in the space station doing Space Oddity a couple of weeks ago. So continuing the David Bowie theme.
Yeah, that's not bad. Mine's quite similar, actually. Inspired a bit by Buzz. I'd like to think someone, I would say, Houston, because presumably it's still Houston. Yeah. I can confirm there are Martians on Mars, but they come from Earth.
I quite like that. There isn't
Okay, right, so that just remains for us to pick one. So what are we thinking, Graham? What are we thinking?
The randomizer. Well, I think we have, for me, I think we probably go, well, I like the Latin. I do like the Latin. I don't know. I like there. I quite like there. I don't know, what about yourself?
Why don't we go with that one then? Because
I
like that one. That stood out for me.
So I think the winner of the Buzz book for camera, I thought you packed it.
Andy Duff.
Congratulations.
We'll be in touch to get your details and post the book to you. And I hope you enjoy it. Fantastic.
Stay tuned tomorrow, of course. Not only for the live streaming and everything else, we do, of course, have more competitions, more prizes, and so forth to go.
Okay, so just remains to say, tune in tomorrow, 11:30, and we'll be back from day 2 of the Paris Air Show.